What's up, team? How's everybody doing here? Let's make sure we got sound. Sorry for being a little bit behind. I was here going through some charts, and stuff like that. I was really beat yesterday. I feel a little bit better today. Um, I'm sorry that I don't really see much this morning. If you guys have anything, let me know. I know we had Home Depot and a few other earnings here. Let me get this good so you guys can see it. Hope everyone's having a good morning. Thank you guys for joining us. I should have set it for 9 o'clock, but I didn't. I was trying to be able to come on, get my levels, and already have them pretty much ready for you guys. Let's go real quick, go to the S&Ps. All right. I seen this yesterday, right? I seen this yesterday when I was doing the live stream. Yesterday's or Friday's pivot high, okay? This might be our lower high. Our lower high isn't where we set it. But this is what I've been looking for. Are we going to put in a lower high, right? I'm not blind to the month and the sentiment like that August and September bring. If you could, please do us a favor. I need you guys to like that button. There's a lot of people that aren't doing so, and that's okay. But, if you're going to watch it, if you're going to try and gain some type of knowledge, if I'm helping you in any way, if you find value, please think about hitting the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We do this free 99. So we got two things here. We putting in the S&Ps a lower high, or we putting in a lower low? We're going to want to think about that. So what I'll do is these lines here. This turquoise line, this dotted turquoise line is Friday's close. I did it last week. Now we have a new one. Last Friday's close, okay? You see how we turned it into support, tried to hold it again, and now we have turned it back into resistance. So that weekly candle, that weekly close, we're playing with it. So let me make sure everything is working too, and that we have sound. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we got that. Oh, shit. You know what? There we go. Okay. Let me see here. If you guys seen the stream last night, I want to hurry up and go over a lot of this stuff. If you guys seen the stream last night, I was watching this area, and so when I went to bed, right, with an area like this, right, with oil, with what oil's doing, it's funny to see what the news and like the news sources come out with, because it was now oil's pulling back because of China concerns with China. Like, no, it isn't. It's just overextended. That's it. Instead of saying oil is pretty much overextended, you want to look for a pullback here, If it was really concerns about something, that I'm going to tell you right now, it probably would pull back a lot harder than it did, right? So you have Fish downgrading, talking about downgrading banks now, right? So we're waking up into recessionary fears this morning. It's here, right? It's here. It's finally here, right? It feels like we're on the footstep of what could be some headwinds that are bringing that could be coming for us. I don't have too much this morning, right? Let me look at. So that's GLD. So if the dollar comes down, I want to see if I can get GLD up. That's going to be a trade I'm looking for. I'll go back into that. I will be ready for this week. Like I said yesterday, I was so done. I thought I was getting sick. So I don't have much. I may play the indexes this morning. Like I said, I was just going and waking up at 5:30, 6 o'clock, going to sleep at 1:30. Wasn't doing too good for me, I guess. I was doing it it's been about 7 weeks now, if not 7 weeks. So, all right, so here's AMD. Let's first go to a daily chart. There's a couple of things I want to show you guys. So the Q's rejected. So let's look at the Q's. Then we can make our decision what we think is going to happen. This is how I like to approach the markets. I need to go over HD. I need to go over Home Depot. So as you can see yesterday, you had a bounce back to that 50-day and it rejected on the Qs, right? On the NQ, it's a perfect rejection. It's a perfect bounce back rejection. Look at that. Broke the 50-day, held support, broke it, bang, right? We coming down to fill this gap? I'd like to think so. So right now I'm going to look for any bounces. I'm going to look for a pullback on, after this 50-day rejection. That's major, right? You held it as support. We could not find a bid. We could not find a buyer to go higher. I'm going to look for this 50-day to remain rejection. So what I'll do is I will look for areas that I can find resistance. So I will be shorting on the bounce back, right? Like this area there. Now you want to do this because you want to give an idea for yourself what you think is going to happen during the day. That way you can tie it to your stocks. This is the tech sector, and you're looking at tech stocks, and you think you want to be long this tech stock. Well, unless it has news to separate itself from the rest of the market, it's probably going to get drawn down if we decide to go down. Or are we starting to put in a lower high? I doubt it. With that rejection off of that 50-day, I'm going to promise you, I think we have more downside to go. Right? If time in this market or just time doing anything makes you better, then that would be a sign to me that we have some more downside to go. And it's not a surprise that Fitch is coming out now saying they want to downgrade the banks. So we also could look for that, right? That's big. It's going to be a pretty big deal. That's going to start really hurting lending, guys. That's going to put a spur in lending. So ES, right? I want to look for the bounce back, right? I want to get short in this area up here. What was resistance should turn back into support. It did it pre-market, but I'd like to see it pull back into this area here at like 449. So call it 450 on futures. Okay, 450 on futures. I want to see if we pull it back. Give me the daily chart real quick, because the ES futures have not broken the 50-day. Just starting to. Right? Just starting to. It's crazy because we're a little oversold, right? We're a little oversold. I feel like we have a date with this 443 area. We still have a gap fill below, but it's like it's the tech sector that's really leading the way here. I guess you could consider that a double top. Here's what we're doing. There we go. This is what we do. This is why you look at the daily chart. Look at this double top. Bang, bang. Right? I'm going to make this area huge, guys. Here we go. This is our short. 4492. 4492. We're going to make this thing huge so we know. And it's going to be blood red. This is where, if we get a bounce back, we are going shizart. Or shizart. Did I just say shart? If you guys could, hit that like button. Look at that. Double top. Bang. Bang. Support. Support. Broke it. Resistance. Resistance today. This morning. If we pop back up to this area, I will be short. If it cannot break back above. Let's go to the S&Ps. Because I'm sure you guys do not trade buttes. Alright. Same thing. Double top. 50-day. Look at that. And we have the 50-day there. So, 443.95 will be the area I will be looking for. Is that it? You little bastard. So, we have a double top. Right now, we are holding it as support on the S&Ps. Alright, on the S&Ps, we're holding it as support. I'm going to bring it over because I know you guys probably can't see it. I'm gonna pan it back over once the market opens. All right, use daily charts, guys. So, I mean, this thing is just meeting right with the 50-day. It's going to be like 444. If you break Friday's low is what we want to look for. If we break below it, that 50-day is going to break. We're going to look for further downside, and we want to look to get to the bottom of this range right here. Right? I want to look to get down to 438. See if we can do that during the end of the week. So if we get any type of bounces, I'm going to grab puts for later in the week. And I'm not blind to having things change either. I will cut these things quicker than you can say cut. Right? This is the target. This will be a target. This is a previous support and resistance area. 438. The low 438s is where if we break this 50-day, which I think we do, again, what do we have here? Right? This is why we look at daily charts. Double top. Double top. 50-day. Right? That's all there in conjunction. If we do not find support at that double top, 50-day, what else? This is what you want to do. You want to add up as much indicators as you can to give yourself the inclination that this should happen. And if it doesn't, if we do not find support at that double top resistance and the 50-day, that's weak sentiment. That's not good. We're going to look for the bounce back to 446, high 445s, and we're going to cut her loose to the downside. All right. This is how trading is done. This is not we just look for break and retest. We just say, okay, my stop loss is this. I'm shorting. No, we want to put as many things together to give us so you can have the courage and like the not so wondering and things going through your head. You need to make it as less emotional as you can, and by doing these things, it's going to help you with that, right? Because you have the 50-day, you have a prior double top. It should hold as support, but if it does not hold as support, bye-bye, right? Oh, one more time. Let me make sure I have the lines here because I wanted to make them pretty big. And you can see that the Qs already broke, so the Qs are leading. So chances are I'm giving this an 75% probability that this 50-day gets broken today. All right? Well, I'm not going to say today, but from today into tomorrow, I would not be surprised if it gets broken. Right? The probability is pretty great in my eyes. So maybe I should do this. Maybe I should take away some of these lines here. 445.70. Let me see here. Let me not get off track. I'm sorry, guys. It's bright and early. And this 50-day is going to be raised as well because of the day we had yesterday. So when this market opens, we're going to have this 50-day right up here, probably above that double top. 444 flat. Okay, 444 flat. Bang, bang, bang. 444. Let's do it. Right? Let's do it. Let's take this off. And where are we? This could be a lower high as well. I just want to do this because now you're going to look at your stocks like AMD, Nvidia, Tesla, whatever it is you're looking at. If you're thinking that we're going to go up to the market, then you can expect that your trades will go up. That you want to have both a long and a short. But if we do not, then you can see that, hey, and if it lines up with whatever stocks you're looking at to the short side and this backs it up, that's how you want to come up with a game plan. What do you think the overall markets are going to do? Right? What do you think the overall markets are going to do? So this turquoise line was supposed to be Friday. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, today's Tuesday. I don't know why. Why do I not have Friday's close up here? That was Monday. Did it get moved? You gotta be kidding me. I'm sorry. Where did we close? I'm sorry, guys. There we go. HD Home Depot. Okay, that's why. Q2 as weather improves, so an increase in spring sales and strength in smaller ticket projects. 445.50. 445.50. 445.50. 445.50. So right now we're testing Friday's close. All right, we're testing Friday's close. I didn't move this area here because it was giving me this 446 was Thursday's close. Yeah, it was Thursday's close. I thought I thought I had it off for Friday's close, but all right. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do this. All right, we're gonna go zoom into the past couple days so we can say, hey, this is where we want to be short, and obviously we already know where that is. So that's our level. It's our 50-day. Our 50-day is probably going to be right up here once the market opens, guys. It's going to be probably right around yesterday's low. Like literally right to it. Your 50-day, I'm sure, is going to be like right here once we open up. So you want to watch this area. If we put in a lower high, I'm going to say we're going to look for the bounce backs to, not yesterday's close, but we're going to look for a bounce back to 446.50. And see if we can get short up there if this market wants to reject this previous pivot high. I have so many lines on here. I'm so sorry, but you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. All right, right here. Right here, team. Right? Yesterday's support, we'll turn that back into resistance. Let's do this. We're going to do this. At least I'm going to do this. You guys can do what you want. All right, so yesterday when I was watching this live stream back, I looked at this. I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of that right there. Should I? God damn it! I have so much shit in here. It's so cluttered, right? You gotta make it as easy as you can on yourself. So here we go, guys. All right, guys, this is the S&P. So if we think we're going to get a bounce back, right? We think we're going to get a bounce back. Go look at your Amazons, your Nvidias, your Teslas, whatever stocks you're looking at, and see if it looks like that there's going to be a resistance that you can get short up at from yesterday or whatever, right? If we even get up there. Because this is an area right here. This is why I left this line here. This 446. This range has made it so, it's not that it's so difficult to trade, but putting your levels in, it's like every 25 cents is a level of resistance or support, right? Prior resistance turned into support. So we just broke it today. If you break above 446, right, you don't have much further to go than 446.50. You see what I mean? Look, 446. Resistance, right? You gapped up above it, support, broke it, came all the way back to break it, held it as support, right? You held it as support right there. And then you came over, support, broke, resistance, and now we're working our way right back up to that area of 446. It's the really, really high 445.90. So we're going to see if we can look for, let's look at like, let me do this. Because yesterday in the live stream, I was looking at this and I'm like, hey, Friday's pivot high. Look at that. Because like I'll see things if I watch. It's so funny. If I watch something on my phone versus when I'm looking at it on my monitor, I completely see something different. The 50-day on the Qs is going to be right there, bud. Right at yesterday's close. It's going to get raised. All right. It's going to get raised. So there is the picture, right? Look how it held it as support. You gapped below it. You pulled back up. Yesterday, you ran up to test it, just like, remember the Nvidia trade, or the Tesla trade we took last Monday. You gap below it. You look for the bounce back to the 50-day. Grab that thing short, right? There's also the same thing, double top resistance up there. It's going to get raised, so it's going to be close to yesterday's close. It'll probably be around here at like 370 if I had to guess. That 50-day will be around 370. It'll probably be in the same spot because you got to think it's going to add in this gap down and then it's going to add in that rally yesterday. So it'll probably still be right about here where it's at. So if I'd have to say where it's going to open up, 369, 370 area. So those are my thoughts on that. I will show you when it opens up though. So we have just a few minutes. I was hoping to brush my teeth and wash my face real quick, but that's going to have to wait. Again, guys, I thought I was getting sick yesterday. I was like, I'm going to kill myself by working too much and doing too much. But I'm good. I'm all right. Just needed a little bit of sleep. So, and unfortunately, I don't have too much I know what's been going on with like a few stocks. So I will just look to like take it slow. I will probably lean on you guys. If you guys see anything with relative strength or weakness or anything that's moving, and I'm going to spend the lunchtime. What I'm going to do today real quick is we're going to trade till, if depending on what type of day we have. If we have a continuation type of day, then I'll be on all day. But I'd like to go until like 12:30, 1 o'clock, and then move all this stuff over, get that done, and then we'll do the live stream or watch list at night. So real quick though, I wanted to show you guys. So if you guys are watching the Qs, let's see where we open up. Right now, it looks like, it looks like, because we're back below the 50-day. Now this, like I said, this 50-day is going to change. It may be up a little bit. It may just stay right where it's at because of the previous 2 down days versus Monday's up day. It may just sit right here in this area. All right, we have 15 minutes, guys. So this pivot right here, guys, this pivot from Friday, keep an eye on that. If that breaks, you look for the lows, right? You look for the lows. So right now we're trading at this red circle up here that I have. So let me take off pre-market and after hours. So look how nice this looks, guys. Look how nice this would look. You see, so we're trading right here, right? You could look for 2 things. This is why you want to like really, take out that pre-market and stuff. You're going to see support here, right? Right here in this area from Friday's pivot high. This is going to be on a 15-minute chart. It's like 367 to 368. Yes. Hell, we'll call it 368. We'll call it 368 to 367.75-ish, right? It's just an area, this whole area. If you pull back to the pivot, that pivot we put in yesterday, which is where I would say it would be, right? Let's see. See, it's not coming. Let me go to a 5-minute. You guys are going to see it better on a 5-minute. Here we go. So right now we're trading here. If we cannot get back above 369 and you pull it back, let me bring it over so you guys can see it. We're trading here. If we pull it back to this area, right? You pull it back and you do not find support here, right? Or you do not put in a lower high, right? A lower high to go up. There's sentiment now. And you may even double top at the 50-day and try and run a test back up to it one more time. And if it cannot get above that 50-day, you look to be short and you look for this area to break. Let's just reverse that. If you cannot get above the 50-day, guys, you're going to look for this area to break. I don't think we're going to get above the 50-day with this bank downgrade possibly coming here soon, because banks are going to be weak, right? I'm going to look for that pullback. You want to see which one has the best setup. Is it the Dow? Is it the SPY? Looks like the SPY to me, right? Look how yesterday we made it support. We clearly made it support at 446.50. Okay, and we're sitting right on the 50-day. The SPY is sitting right on it. It broke it, turned it into resistance. We popped our head back above it, turned it into support, and now we've broken it. So what happens when support breaks? Support becomes resistance. So I'll probably watch the SPY today. Look at us trying to run and gun right back up to it. All right. Good luck today, guys. I'm going to go through a few more things. Just let me get my chart set up, and we will play. Right? We'll play. If you guys have any other questions, just let me know what those questions are, and we will try and help you. So this is an area of resistance. So this is our 50-day. That's our 50-day. I got confused. I didn't think that. Yeah, that's just an area I want to be short. This is a nice double, previous double top finding support. Like, I have a mixed bag here. But the fact that they came out with this downgrade in banks, now I got to say, hey, 446 breaks. I'm going to be looking to get that 50-day short. And that is going to be back down here. We haven't really tested it. We haven't truly tested that 50-day yet. All right, we haven't truly tested it. I was just gonna put it. I have to figure out how to put it up on the screen. I'll figure it out another day. But see, look, I see how we're turning it into resistance now, and the RSI is overextended. Right? Try and read the charts. We still want to let the market do what it wants to do. Watch. Keep your eyes on the banks. Right? Keep your eyes on the banks. Watch KRE. Watch JP Morgan. Look at the banks falling out of bed. Look at that. They started it yesterday. So did they know? Like, look at this. Remember, we were wanting to be short the banks. I've been saying it for a few days, guys. Uniform Papa UP. Okay, we have 10 minutes. Nah, I'll leave that on for right now. Appearance. So again, I just want to reiterate yesterday, I had to get some sleep. Usually I'll come in and have ideas for you guys. If you guys have any questions about a stock, I'll throw it up for you. I've just been I was so bad yesterday, guys. I fell asleep at lunchtime. I thought I wasn't even going to do the live stream because I was so bad. I was so tired. It was like, I just overdid myself. Have been overdoing myself. Because like I say, there's nobody here. There's just me who does this. And, I'll get up 5:30 and I won't go to bed till 2, like 1:30. 1:30. And 4 hours of sleep for so long. And trying to do it on the weekend. And everything else that's got to be done. Again, like I said, it's just me here. So if you could, hit the like button. Greatly appreciate it. Looks like you guys have. It goes a long way. So what are we going to do? I thought we had a head and shoulders here on this KRE regional bank. I wanted to short it, but the spreads were pretty wide. I wanted to grab puts because I like to grab options because I know most people can't short or don't want to short because they don't think it's worth their time. This is like an ugly looking head and shoulders pattern. Like, it's an ugly head and shoulder pattern. It's actually diagonal. If you can't see it, it's right here. And it looks a little bit better from the, whatchamacallit. It's like right there. And it's like right there. See that? I don't know why it's that color. But I'll keep it. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. There's your failed breakdown. I was wanting to see, I guess this is the retest, right? There's your support, right? This is your right shoulder, support, rejection, bang. And see how it fell out of bed? We've brought this out, guys. We've brought this to everyone's attention to watch KRE, watch the banks. We called it out last week. We called it out when you were putting in it back here. Yep, it was the beginning. No, it was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago and last week. I've been saying, let's watch KRE because if it doesn't hold this level, and it starts to reject, because there's been talk about downgrading the banks already. So that's what brought us here. Let's see here. Bank of America, if we get a bounce, you'd want to look to short it at yesterday's lows. I need to look at the daily chart. Sorry to sound like a hillbilly there. So look at that pennant there, guys. It's pretty nice, isn't it? It's breakout bull flag. See, I put these up and then I completely forget about them. Right? That was that earnings breakout. And look how clean it broke out, pulled back, and held that downtrend to rally. We were on that one, but I forgot about it. That's a nice trade. You catch a long from $29 to $32, $33, you're doing something, right? You're doing something on Bank of America. If anyone's traded that, you guys know what I'm talking about. There is a gap fill down here. So where are we at? I wonder if we could watch. Where's TLT? Because you want to watch bonds and yields and the dollar to see what's going on. Matter of fact, There was this guy JC who I follow. He does a lot of great work. I'm telling you guys, JC Kerr. If you guys don't know, he runs all-star charts. If you guys are serious about trading, investing, whatever, gotta check him out, guys. Last year, so I was long gold in November, or not November, but early December and January. Well, afterwards, he came on a show that I watched, the Compound, and he tied gold with the yen, the euro, the Aussie, right? D-marks. Like, you could see that in other currencies, it was making new highs. I mean, I guess it's easy to say that because the other currencies are coming down, ours is going up. But it was like the story was it's only a matter of time before it does that here, where gold's going to get up to the highs. It was already trading above that, 2,000 mark, or at that 2,000 mark, if you were to compare it to USD, US dollars. So that was a great way to look at it. I'm like, so those are the, I was already long gold in December. And then, I was long all the way up to March, April, May. But I took profits in June, not June, but January and February, and I was out of it. I caught a nice chunk out of that trade. So let's look at the dollar. I was just getting to it because those are good ways. You got to look at things like that in different currencies and everything. So the dollar looks like, again, what did we say? It's in this range. Looks like we're going to pull back. Let's see if we pull back. What's the 10-year doing? Got to find out. It tried, look at that, pretty much to a T off that uptrend. And look at the RSI making a lower high. It looks like that's the area we thought we would get that pullback. All right, we thought we would get that pullback. I'm actually going to keep up the dollar because the dollar has been pretty matched up with the S&Ps. All right, so we got a little volatility here. All right, we got a few minutes till the market opens, guys. I'm going to just pan around. What's going on? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could lock it. No. How do you lock it? That was crazy. That was so weird, guys. It just got stuck on my mouse. I don't know. Let's see the S&Ps. So you had this down move, bang, up. That was back here going up. So now it's going down. Let's see if the S&Ps can get a bounce back. Let's see if the S&Ps can bounce back. I want to see if TLT. Keep your eyes on TLT too, guys, because it should be putting in a nice range if you want. A lot of people may not trade it, but I don't care what it is. If I can catch a range, I'm going to trade it. Right? If I can get paid to be long and short at areas, right? There's that resistance off yesterday's lows. This thing's still going lower. All right, so here's our support level. One of them, at least. I thought I deleted that. All right, guys, 2 minutes till the bell opens. My target to look for some downside is going to be up here. It's going to be up here. Right, let's see if we can get short at 446.50 area. Next stop, call it 447.50. All right, we're about to find out if this is a lower high. The RSI is pretty high. MACD's looking like it wants to curl down. I wouldn't be surprised if we sell off the open. Right, I wouldn't be surprised if we pull back. Let's see what's in store, guys. Watch your 50-day. Pull up the daily chart. Know where your 50-day moving average is. And like I said, I'll also move it once we get there. Right? Once we get there, I'll move this and I'll get it lined up right to where it's at for us. So we know where it's at. And we can look for that pullback. You know, pull back either into it, bounce off of it, or we're going to look for it to break. Good luck today. I'm going to be looking at AMD, Tesla, Nvidia, things of the like. You know, they've obviously ran, and I want to see, you know, got to find out whatever's been weak. We want to continue to ride the weakness. Tesla's been weak, so if we have a pretty big down day, you're going to want to look at Tesla. I have I didn't even write down the levels for Tesla, unfortunately, but I have them already up here. 240, 150. Good luck today, guys. Let's crush it. I'll call anything out that I see or news. Keep an eye on banks. Banks are another good one we could use, right? They're talking about downgrading the big one, so there's a trade there. All right, so here we go. We're open, guys. We're pulling right into that area, 446.50. Let's see if we can reject it. If we do not, which I expect us that we will. If you find support at 446, 445.90, guys, look to see a test back at yesterday's high, which would be right around yesterday's close, 448. I'm going to get you guys the 50-day and all that fun stuff. Look at the banks. Watch the banks. And look at that, guys. Look at that. That prior support at 446.50. It's making it resistance. You could sit here and trade off of the daily if you wanted to. All right, you could. All right, you could. And remember what we said, guys. That look at the banks. There goes Bank of America. Shit. You know, sit on your hands for a little bit. Let them play around with it, and let these contracts come to you. Keep your eye on volume, open interest. You know, get yourselves in the best option that's going to pay you. Right? Get it in at the right time, and watch the option price. Go look and see what is the high to low on that option price. You kind of know coming into the support and resistance, you know, how you should play it. Those are all things you're going to want to put the work in to do. That ain't no monster. That's so funny. You should have already been short this thing. They always trade the dumbest stocks. Alright, guys. Nvidia, I'm watching 453. Actually, right there. That 449. You break up above it. I'm going to stick with that level, the 453 area. 454. Flat. Let me pan it out. Yeah. All right. There's that rejection on the S&Ps. There's the rejection on the S&Ps. If we hold 446, you want to look for a bounce back. Give me AMD. Where's AMD? I'm going to try and get something today. AMD's fairly green off the bell. Your semis have been pretty strong here. Yup, look for yesterday's. Look for yesterday's triple top. Right, look for that 447.50. Okay, and we'll see if we can break back down from there. So what I'd like to see is a push in the early morning on the S&Ps. Watch the Qs. Like if the Qs are going up, the Qs are going to lead you to the upside and downside. The Qs are the leader. So there's your bit of arbitrage you can use to see what's going on with the Qs. Then you can tie that to the SPY. All right, they'll lag each other. You could literally, as if the Qs, if you have a nice long on the Qs, you could take that long on the SPY and just gauge it with the Qs and let it go. I've done it so many times between the Qs, the IWM, finding whatever's the leader and using that for the laggard, right? Because it will follow it. They will follow. The markets follow each other. It's 9:36. Like I said, be patient. Let this market get its footing in the ground. I feel like we've had low volume both days. Now, this is a lot better than yesterday. Today's volume is a lot better than yesterday. Right? This is the story of a girl. Gotta be virgin of the world. Alright. So, it's not much, but you can see compared to yesterday, 1.3 million versus under a million. Yeah, under a million. Under a million. 1.4 roughly. 1.5 million in the first 3-minute candle. Again, like I said, I'm going to just be patient here. You could look for a bounce here. I would look for a bounce and see if we fill this gap maybe. I got to look and see what the Qs are doing. That's what's wrong here. I don't have the Qs up. I don't know what tech is doing. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm going to fix it. Alright, so there is your pullback into the 50-day on the Qs. Let's see where this is at here. Alright, so you're trying to turn that 50-day into a rejection on the 50-day, guys. Let me move it. Sorry. This could be a really nice rejection on the Qs if we get it. That's a really nice rejection. Alright. I'm not blind to the fact that if it breaks it, you know, I'm not going to get cute with it. There it goes. It just broke it. Pulling back. It's pulling it. It's messing with it hard. Right? Alright, guys. So let's see what it does here. See it pulling into it? It's pulling into it right now. I guess what we're going to do is we're going to come up and close that gap. Is what I would suggest that we're going to do. So watch for the SPY to do the same thing. Right? Watch for the SPY to make new highs and clear up here. Right? We start pushing for that close yesterday. This is using all the stuff that you have at your disposal to understand that, hey, you know, we could get our bounce and go test yesterday's close. You know, so like right now I'm using the RSI, right? I'm using the RSI. Let's look at it on different time frames. What are you guys watching? Do you guys have anything you guys are watching at all? I hope I didn't. That's a low volume break. Nice. Nice rejection there. Nice rejection, guys. Again, I'm giving it time. I'm going to give it some time. Because here you go. Now you want to watch for, that's what time is it? It's 9:40. See if we start to hold the 50-day. You've broken up above it. Let's see if we turn this 369.50, 369.69 into support. See how the tape is speeding up? Can you guys see it? You guys can. There it goes. It briefly got up above it. Right now, it's turning it into resistance. Excuse me. So if you guys could take the time, hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Subscribe if you haven't done so already. Let's see if we get that increase in volume here. I kind of... There you go. There's that rejection breakdown. Look at that, guys. Like I said, let's look. Look at that. Look at that line. 370.15 is where that is. Right? 370.15. Clear rejection. So what are we going to look for? We're going to look to reject this 369 now. 369.40. 369.40. Now we're going to walk it down. Walk it down, right? Walk it down. What are the banks doing? You guys, if the banks are getting crapped on, that's where this is coming from. This is where the weakness is coming from. Right? The banks are just getting destroyed. They could have a bad day today. JP Morgan's the strongest. You don't want to go that route. I would play Bank of America, things of that nature. Watch it sit here. Watch us just sit here and play games. So we have, it's 9:43. Let's see if we let's see what we start to do here. Let's see if we start to just like break outside of this box on the Qs and the S&Ps. Cuz we are about to turn support. It's close. It wants to turn it into resistance now. It wants to turn that 446.10 into resistance. That low 446. See that wick? Let's do this. Right. There's the breakdown outside of that early morning range. And then we have the low end of that range, which is, it's 9:43 right now, so we haven't put it in yet. Looks like a nice double top. I just want to see more volume. I really do. I want to see some more volume here. Is the Dow leading us down? Because the Qs tried to pop higher. I would check out the Qs. That's a nice range, guys. We'll see how far this wants to go down. This is a really nice range. I don't like that it's been doing that. Alright, so that's the end of the candle there. Alright. It's a nice rejection off the Qs, man. If we can just get some type of bounce back into 369.09, I'm taking the short on the Qs. We have support here. You have support here at 368. See if we bounce back. See if we can get a bounce back. Doesn't mean that we can't just cut right through all the levels, because that's also an option. But I want to see us. I don't know what to do. I just need to stay patient, because I never took the short up there, so I wasn't ready. It's my own fault. So 368.90 is going to be my next area that I'm going to look to see if I'm able to get that bounce. I want to be short, right? I want to be short, especially if the banks continue to sell off. See if we work our way back up to this range, if we can get back in the box. So there was the retest of your of the midday range. Come on. See, the RSI is pretty low. I want to get a bounce. I want to get a bounce. Doesn't mean I can have to get it. Let me look at our advanced decline line and volt ratio to see where we are there. And we are screaming to the downside. It looks like screaming to the downside. We are almost at that 200 level that I tell you guys about. It might be one of those days. Just one of those days. Let's see here. See if we can bring this thing back down to 444 on the S&Ps. I want to get my entries right, guys. I know this thing's about, I feel like this thing's about to bounce back. I want to get a bounce back to VWAP. Look at VWAP in this area right here. This is smart trading. If it doesn't give it to you, it doesn't give it to you. But I know if I take the short, somebody's taking a short right now that they're trying to tie things together, right? Even if it makes this area resistance, I know that I still need, for me to get comfortable to be short, I need a bounce back to this 445.90, 446. Okay? Because look at the RSI. The RSI is oversold. The MACD is oversold. There's a nice spread in between them. And I'm not getting caught in a bounce. I want to short bounces. I don't want to short the short. You feel? You feel what I'm saying? Unlike some of them other ones out there who will say, look at what I did. Look at me. I got 10 cents and I made $28 million. Right? By shorting the lows. Don't get hurt. Don't be stupid. Alright? Let's trade smart. If it goes without you, guess what? You didn't lose money. All you do is miss a trade. You didn't lose physical dollars. Right? You didn't mess your account up. So this is a lesson 2 right here, guys. Look at this. Look at that. Right? Let's see if we get a bounce back on AMD. This is a nice short. You went green to rally and then to take it all the way back. It's either going to be a double bottom or this thing is done, right? Or this thing's done. I feel like you're going to get that rejection up there, 111.50, if not coming in now. But I'd say more so 11 or like 112, 111.50 for the short on AMD. Let me see. I got to do my work on it. I didn't do much work yesterday because of doing this stream and stuff, and I was so tired. So there's a 20-day, there's a rejection of that 20-day moving average. We do have kind of a gap fill there. Man, if we can get a bounce back on AMD, let me see here. So there we go. There's your bounce, right? Let's look for that bounce, and then we'll look to worry about the short on bounce backs. There we go, guys. See that? What did we say? Let's see if we get the bounce back into that 112 area. Look at the tape speed up on the SPY there on that bounce back. Here's the gap fill up there. There we go. So there's our bounce back. We want to watch for this thing to possibly, it's hard to say. You know, look at the RSI. It's oversold. Want to look to see, I want to be short the weakness. Fitch hasn't downgraded the banks, I don't think, as of yet. But if the banks continue to get destroyed, we're just going to see this market get pulled back. Because that's going to be, you know, more banking issues, recessionary fears. So all we can do is put ourselves in the right position possible. 38.2. There's our 9 EMA. I don't have the RSI up. I don't have the Qs up. I think we might have to look for the long here on the SPY if you ask me. I'd look for the long back up to fill this gap up here at like 447, 448. Let me see here. Let me make this one screen. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to use everything to the left of us. Sorry, guys. Hold on. All right, so there's the SP. So I got this set up. Let's see here. We have a small area of support here. All right, we have a small area of support. Whatever helps you pull out the whole picture and be able to see what's going on here. Um, it's really helpful to just do what you need to do to be able to paint the picture for yourself, and that's what I'm doing right here. All right, let's see if we get this support area. Even I want to see if we can get a rejection there. I want to go lower. Right? I want to go lower. I want to see this thing pull itself back. I can't do that. Can't do it. It's too much. It's too much. Right? It's too much. I want to look to see if I can get that short on Tesla. I gotta go give me 1 second. I gotta use the restroom. And then I gotta turn this on because it is entirely too hot in here. No, come on. Like, look at AMD making new lows and Tesla's not making new lows. Right? Tesla's not making new lows. Tesla isn't that weak today. They're gonna suck everybody in short and they're gonna just take it up on them. You know, they might. This bold ratio is still down. Advanced decline. See how the advanced decline is now starting to tick itself up. Stocks making new highs versus stocks making new lows. Right? This is an area of support. So let's see if we put in a higher low here See if we can't knock out a little long here. And even for the Qs, what do the Qs want to do? Let's see here. I didn't know I had the 1 minute up. Got a bounce here. That would be really nice if we got a bounce. A bounce and a rejection. It's not going to. We start going, we're going to get pretty weak. We'll see. I'm going to give it a minute. I'm not worried about if I miss a trade, this or that, because I'm more worried about getting my setups right. Right? Because I know yesterday I didn't do much work. I don't really have anything planned, so it's like it would be stupid for me to just like just throw money at the wall, and hope it sticks. Let me go use the restroom, get some more coffee. I'll be right back. Let me see here. Yeah, so this is a support area. Let's see if we try and pull back up to that 447. That's what I'm going to look for. See if the SPYs can, come back up, hit 447.46 area. Call it, 447.46. That's what it is. We have a nice little range in there. This should be support. Right there should be support. 446, or I'm sorry, 447.46. Oh my God. Of course, right? Oh shit. If you guys haven't hit the like button for us, it'd be greatly appreciated. Let's sell this market off. There we go. That's it. I mean, you couldn't hold that level on the S&Ps. That level was right there around 444.85 ish, and you broke it. Um, Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just one of them days. Alright, let's see what we got here, team. Let's do this. Let it pick the direction. It's only 10 o'clock. Right? You could still find support here. You might not, though. You may not. Just one of those days. Why is the volume still pretty low here? Right? The volume lower than yesterday? Yeah, guys, don't fall for this just yet. This is super low volume. Wow. Yeah, the hourly chart, it's sold off. Or it's the stochastics is really, on the S&Ps, I'm sorry, is really high. Wow, so that's the type of volume we have today? I did not know that. I thought it was half decent today. Sorry guys, I'm just thank you guys for the likes. I really appreciate it. I'm just kind of thinking about what it is that I want to do. All right. 366.82 area. Let's see what you do here. Let's start seeing what you do here off of this low. I mean, chances are you're probably just going to continue to sell, but you know, what are the chances that Friday's resistance holds again as support? You know, you're pulling back to test it. If you watch the banks and the banks are still selling off, then there's your inclination that you can see further downside. That sucks because the puts I were looking at, I don't even want to look at them. That's okay. I never got my bounce. So what was it? 440. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed right now. I am ashamed. That was a nice rejection on the Qs. Bounce back into the 50-day rejection. See if it gives us another opportunity. You know, again, I was not ready for today, guys. I had other things going on, and sometimes it is what it is. It happens. Just gotta realize it and don't try and be a hero and just throw darts at the dartboard and hope they stick. I wanted to see, I guess we did get it, but I wanted to see us bounce here, right? And come back up here to really reject that level and bring VWAP down into it. But so we're already down a bit. You had a gap down and then you had further downside. Fuck, I did not buy that bounce back on the SPY or short that bounce back. That sucks. It's gonna haunt me there, man. This was our bounce back right there. That was the bounce back to get short. Same with the Qs. Bounce back to the 50-day, get short. It's as simple as that. It's not hard, right? Now, do they suck people in on getting this? Do they try and bounce it back to this pre-market low, and people try and get short and they jam it down their throats only to run it up a few more points to 368? I don't know. I would look for this. I would look for this to be. It's hard to say, man. I really don't. Right now, I don't have an inclination on like what this range wants to do. It's just not putting in anything clear. It's not like I'm seeing like, well, you know what? I could look at it this way, right? If I use my MACD, this is putting in, pretty much testing the lows, but the stock's putting in a higher low, right? Should I take that as a bullish sentiment to possibly bounce here off of this higher low to maybe start another uptrend back up to 371? How serious is Fitch about these bank downgrades? HD had earnings today. That's another probably another something else we can look at. So let me figure out exactly what it is that I want to do, guys, and then because there was our bounce back. I missed it. I didn't take it, but that was our bounce back to the 50-day and get short off the rejection. I think we got to look short. I think we got to look to the short side if we're going to start getting fears that this banking issue is going to come up with Fitch downgrading them. You're going to start getting fears of the economy slowing. Like maybe it's coming. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let me go over a lot of things real quick, and then I'm not going anywhere. Let me see what I want to do, and then we will go ahead and I'll let you guys know what I do. What are you guys saying? Does you guys see anything out there that you guys like that you're looking at? Anything with follow through? Any type of momentum? Come on, I don't want to do that. AMD might find a nice support level right here. Might. Keyword MITHT. Nice resistance level here. Alright, so we're going to look. If this market wants to continue to go down, what am I going to do? I'm going to short AMD. Alright, I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to short right here at this 1140 area, pre-market lows. That's a low volume bounce. No! The fuck? Jesus Christ, man. I'm going to smack the shit out of anybody who makes charts like this. They're nice charts. Stop fucking it up with stupid shit. Right? Like, no reason why that thing should have just scrolled all the way to the left. Sorry for cussing, by the way. What about Amazon? Amazon has been somewhat strong. I was looking at that this morning. Let's see here. Let's look at Amazon. I want to see if Amazon's going to put in a new low. Let me see. I don't know. Hold on, let me look at it. Let me give you a shot in the dark. Again, because yesterday I was so done for. I needed to get some sleep. I didn't have any time to really put in anything. Amazon's really weak today. Amazon is really weak. Do you know if there's any downgrades, upgrades, if there's any type of news on that? Amazon pharmacy launched automatic coupons, insulin, diabetes. It's really weak today. Amazon is very weak today. And it looked like it was weak. It looked like it was putting in a lower high. I think you got to go with the markets. So look here. The SPY bounces back to 444.95. Pre-market lows. You look for Amazon's just staying weak. SPY's holding, and it looks like Amazon wants to pull itself back more. I think you got to watch this area on Amazon. Hold on. Let me see here. Oh my god, I fucking hate these charts. Come on. I can say this. Amazon does not have the best volume right now. I don't know what's going on with my charts, guys. I'm sorry. It's like, it's really acting up. My charts are starting to act up. So, you see what I mean? See how low this volume? You want days like these, right? These 2-3 days here. Volume's starting to just cut itself down. So listen, if Amazon holds here, you're going to want to look for a bounce back off of 138.35 and look for it to rally back into 139.50. It's about $1 range, okay, in that area. Let me actually take this off. Let me take pre-market off so I don't get anything mixed up for you, because I really want you to be able to just dissect this trade, right? Overall, what are we doing? We're putting in lower lows and lower highs. Ultimately, people want to say it's strong, but this ain't strong. It's just holding up, it's just holding up to where that earnings was. You're getting some volume in on the SPY here, guys. You're getting a little bit of volume in on the SPY. See if we do try to catch a bounce here. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks down either, but I think we're going to get some. I want to see if we get buyers in here. I'm not sure if you'll get that many. Very key support level here. If Amazon breaks this level, you want to see if you're going to get back down to these lows. This is a key level for Amazon. Key level. So what I would do is I would go to a 3-minute, 5-minute, 2-minute, whatever you use, right? And you see this thing start to break. If you get back and you can't get above Friday's highs or midday Friday highs, I would look to be short there. All right. This volume is to the sell side. The volume's low though. The volume's somewhat low. That's a sharp move to the downside. You tried to break yourself back up and got quickly rejected, right? I don't know if this is a downgrade. So, Mary Ellen, I don't know if there's something going on with Amazon to separate itself, to pull itself back that sharply, right? That's a sharp decline in Amazon. So if there was a downgrade, I wouldn't be surprised that this thing just continues further down. You should look for a bounce back, though. This thing's just not going to go down forever. They're going to step in. There's going to be buyers, more than likely back down here at Friday's close, right here, where you have this double bottom, right? Markets are fairly weak, so you're already down 1.6%. It's tough. Honestly, I would have to look for, you got the bounce back to this 138.75. You're stuck. You're stuck in this range, Marianne. I'm sorry. This is a tough one here. You're stuck here. You're stuck between this 138.21 and this rejection up here, 138.77. So let it pick the direction if it breaks either one. If you break here, let me bring up a box for you. I'm sorry. Right here. Right there. So you're stuck there, and then you have this top side support rate resistance right there. So right now you're just stuck in this range until you break and retest it. You want to wait. See how it's going to be stuck in this range a little bit? If you get back up here to this 138, 139 area, then look for a rejection. Right? I would look for the rejection if the market's still weak. But like I said, I think the market could get a small bounce here. And that's what she's doing. There she goes. Don't know. It's not going to take you very far. It could. I don't have my work done. So I'm sorry. I wish I could, take you guys further with this. But what I can say is look for a bounce back on the SPY to 445. That's what I will say. I'm going to look for 445. And then from there, I will, possibly look at taking the short. But the volume's been pretty low. If we get there. If we even get there. I don't have my work in, guys. So I apologize. Like, I haven't looked at the overall markets. I haven't looked at healthcare. I haven't looked at too many technologies and stuff. Take notice of your volume down here, guys. At 447, look at your volume. Look what's starting to step in here. Okay, you're starting to get buyers. I've got my cat yelling at me. Okay. I'll give you more food to waste. Don't get the wrong impression. I love her to death. It's my girl. But let's see what happens here. Look at your buyers coming in down here, guys. Take notice of that. Take notice if them buyers step away. Look at the low volume. Look at your low volume, right? You had an increase in volume to the buy side. You're pulling it back. See if you start to get that bounce, and then whoever was short this morning starts taking profit. They buy on top of it and get this thing to the upside a bit. Did you see that 1 minute candle? See how it started to rise right there? That 1 minute candle was rising because of the buying that was popping in, and then it kind of switched up on you. The buyers actually came in. You can see when it gets down here, it's like back and forth now. There's more now the sellers are taking over it. I could see the switch. You did have buyers here that really brought the volume up, and then it was like the sellers kind of continue to step back in. So we'll see what comes with that. There's your increase in selling. You broke the level. Continue to look short. You got to continue to look short. This market's oversold. You may get a bounce back at like 11:30, 12 o'clock. Look at your RSI. Look at your MACD. You're making lower lows, but your RSI and MACD are making higher lows, right? That's bullish divergence, but you don't want to step in front of it. You want to wait and let it do what it needs to do, because it can continue to go further to the downside than you can handle. But take notice in that your RSI, your MACD, it's starting to trend to the upside. So that's showing you divergence between the stock and what's going on underneath. So Amazon's just weak. Amazon is just weak. They're just getting rid of it. They really are. So Amazon's just, they're putting a hurting on Amazon today. That's a good one. Thumbs up to you, Mary Ellen. You, that's a stock to be short today. That's a good one. Apologize for going away. I just had to grab some coffee and stuff, guys. I'm really, man, this sucks. It is what it is. you know, it puts a lot of, it's not that it puts a lot of pressure on me, but I want to be able to come out here and help you guys perform. Right. And help you guys be able to figure out what it is that you need to look for to say, like, to make your decisions. All right. I was so beat. I'm telling you guys, I was so beat yesterday. All right. So look at this RSI. Oh, this thing is still low. I'm sorry. So, like I said, you know, the stock's making a, I do have a playbook. Watch this thing, like I said, around 11:30. Start to, like, try and bring itself back up to VWAP and possibly reject VWAP. I want to be able to come out here and help you guys, like, just murder these markets and, like, dissect it and just, you know, and you know, it's a good feeling once you learn to, you know, where you can just sit there with the SPY. And, like, days like today, it's going to be a bit tricky, right? It's just going to break down. And usually when you have those days where it's, you can just say, I'm short. Yet you're long, you can be short, long, and you don't want to overtrade, but you can just usually on, like, look at this. You I guess because we gapped up, but we gapped down and are continuing to work our way down, and we're down 1%. But on the day, we've only sold off, you know, $2.50, $3, right? 446 to 443.50, but because of the gap down, the gap up, and then the gap it back down. Look at the volume coming in right now. That's big volume there. I'm just going to stay out of the way. It sucks that I missed this. It sucks, you know. I should have been short at the 50-day, but I wasn't, you know. It is what it is. You know, I wasn't ready. I was doing things really quickly this morning. Perfect opportunity, short up the 50-day. I didn't do it. It's whatever. I'm going to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes, right? That's why they eliminate the human factor from trading. That's why they're all fired, right? And they are no more. I'm not even going to look to like see where I'm going to get long or to long, because I'm really going to need some volume. This is not a day to get long. You know, it's just breaking down. It's just breaking to new lows over and over and over again. You know what we could do? Let's do this. Let's do our fib up. Let's try and measure our move and see where it is that we could expect to bounce back without just, you know, looking at support and resistance. Because it only does you so much. It only does you so much good. There's only so much you can use with that. Are we getting ready to make new lows on the SPY? So that was our higher low. I knew there was a little bit of importance up here last night when I made that stream. I had a feeling. I'm like, we're either going to go up to put in a new, like, lower high or something. This is why, like, I never put arrows in, like, this area. I'm like, something's going on here. Like, I just instinctively, I didn't know what it was. So it's not like I could say, hey, watch this level because it's, you know, but I knew something was up. You know, that's why I put that arrow there for last night's live. I'm like, this area is key, right? This area is key. So it looks like we are trying to put in lower high or a lower low there. Not sure if we've done it, but we could look at this two different ways, right? If I pull up the 15-minute chart, this could give us a, let's see here. Never mind. All right. So on the hourly chart here, what I want to show you guys was the fact that we're almost putting in. There was a nice range there. The range was from 445 to 447.50. Where's the next range? That's what we need. I need to find out. So we're tapping on the 50-day, guys. There we go. We're tapping on the 50-day. Is this where we get our bounce? Watch the Qs to see what the Qs do. The Qs are well below its 50-day. Um, it's like, do we break it? So we've kind of tried to test it. You know what? I don't see. I can't. It's hard for me to buy like puts down here at these lows. I need a bounce back. I need a bounce back. This really stinks, guys, because it's like, days like this, and it's like something. It's like either you're not in front of your monitor because something's going on, or you're sick or something's going on, and so for that I do apologize. I do apologize. I got up this morning at like 5:30, 6 o'clock, and was like, I got up and then I fell back asleep, and that really messed me up. I'm telling you guys, I thought I was getting sick. Like, I was like kind of getting worried. I'm like, all right, why am I so tired? Like, what's going on? Because I was tired all day yesterday, and then even in the afternoon, I was like falling asleep, and I'm like, what the hell? But so here's what I'm going to look for. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to get the bounce back to 445. I'm going to look for 445. That was our range. That was our support. We've broken the support. So my job is to be patient, wait for that bounce back. I get my bounce back here. I'm looking to get short. I'm looking to get short right here, right there in that area. So I'm going to take that box, and I'm going to move that box right there. That's my short right there. That's my new short. What up? How you doing? That's me right there. All right. So whenever we get that, if we get it, I will be short right there. So if we go to the daily chart, you guys are going to see, remove. I don't know why it looked like that this was such low volume. I would love for like a string of buying to just flip the script and come in. Look at this time and sales on level 2. Oh, you guys can't see it. Look how green this thing was. See if I can bring it over. I don't know if you guys can see it. You guys aren't going to be able to see it really. I got to bring it over for you. It was just screaming green like a Christmas tree. You guys see that? I mean, it's still right. It's still playing. It's just playing around now. There's the bounce on the SPY off of that 50-day. Um, again, I got to be patient. I got to just take my entries. We bounce up. Boom. I would love 445. I would love 445. That whole area right there. That's where I want to get short. It's 10:41. It's 11 o'clock. The day has been wasted by me. Was not. This is 2 days that I can't remember what I did or didn't do yesterday. I can't remember. So we said 445 on the SPY. So if you pull up an hourly chart, the hourly chart really shows you from 447.50 as your resistance, and then the support level is 444.93 area, right? 93, call it 444.96. So this is the area, right? That whole area right there. And then the top end of it again. I wouldn't worry about that too much now, but that's what I'm going to be watching. And there's a nice bounce back, guys, right off of the 50-day. Oh my gosh, come on. Yep, right here. This whole area. What do we have there? You have VWAP, right? Look at that. Look where our VWAP's at. Our VWAP's lining right up right there at that 444.90 level. So see if we can get a bounce. If not, if we get a rejection here, then I mean, I don't know. It's like you're up or you're down 0.9%. You know, how much more do you have? 0.5% to go, tops, on a big down day. If you're not short now, I would not look to be short. You could. Doesn't mean it won't work. Doesn't mean you can't get paid. Chances are, you know, that might flip. You know, chances are it's just not a good trade you should be taking, because longer term it's not gonna benefit you, right? The only times you really want to do your best to just, if you missed it, you know, it is what it is. You know, look at what you did wrong. You know, maybe you couldn't trade that day, or something was happening. Maybe you just weren't in the right state of mind. You didn't get enough sleep, whatever. Just know, you know, that, you know, when you go back over your work, you realize what it is that you did wrong, and think about how you're going to change that in the future, because that stuff helps so much. It really does. Like I say, I'm going to get puts up here, and I'm not going to get psychologically think, hey, is that a higher low? Are we going to go higher? Nope. I'm going to set my stop loss. I break my stop loss. It you know, it is what it is. I take that loss. Because what it is I'm going to risk 20, 30 cents to hopefully make, you know, X amount of dollars. Because if the Qs, like technology, if they're leading us to the downside, so if I pull up the Dow, right, this is why it's important to see where all the indexes are, because then you could see which ones are leading into what direction. Like, the Qs are leading to the downside, and the Dow is the last to the downside. Okay, well, you know, you can not necessarily front run that move, but you could play yourself a little bit of arbitrage by, you know, seeing that downside on the Qs and then possibly getting a short on the Dow. But you don't want to short the Dow because, you know, you just your expectations will have to be, you'll have to watch your expectations, because it may not give you that big move, right? But if you start to see the Dow start to recover, then you want to look to get long the Qs when it starts, when the markets find their footing and go higher. I feel like, you know, we seen it yesterday. The Qs led. So, you know, these are things you'll learn, like, as time goes on, because it's like, what was it? 2 months ago, I was using the IWM and I was trading the SPY. I'm sitting there looking at the IWM at new highs, and the SPY's down, curling itself up, and I'm like, the IWM's up here. The Qs were working there; they were just at previous highs, like on a day like this, right? It wasn't this far down, but if you were to look at it like this curl, right? Here's the SPY curling up right here. The Qs are here, and the IWM is up here. Well, you know the direction, right? You know the direction, so use that timing, that lapse in time, and use it to your advantage. You're going to see me do it. Just wait till it happens. You guys are going to see me do it here. Look at that. That could be a nice position on the IWM. It's already down 1.6%. 1 point, just under 1 point. It's 1.16%. 1.16%. However you want to say that. It just looks like you have a nice, you broke the lows. You start to turn that low into resistance. But I like this one even better. There's your VWAP. Oh, you're kidding me. Of course I don't have that up. Of course. I mean, it doesn't get better than that, folks. Look at that. That could be a nice setup. Thing is, now we're going to come into lunchtime, and you'll have to watch that volume, the lunchtime volume. If I start noticing a high volume candles coming in, I'm going to take the long. We're at support. We've broken, retested, guys. Look at this. Look at these candles. See how they're. When I tell you guys, see, this is a 1 minute candle. If I were to go like a 2 minute or 3 minute, I don't really care for the 2 minute. The 2 minute can send you the wrong impression. See how these candles are about the same size and they just go up, 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 up. That's some nice buying there. That's some nice buying. And if I bring up, so we're on a 3 minute on the SPY, and I'm on a 3 minute on the IWM. What do we have? We have the IWM already back up here, right? It's already tested that previous pivot low. So we watch the IWM, and if the IWM comes up here to reject, then we look for the SPY to possibly also reject. Watch. We're gonna watch this play out real quick, and this may give us a trade. The volume, guys, is so low. I feel like it's so low. It's steady, but it's low. Sorry, I just seen your comment. It's long term. For long term, I think so. It would be very profitable if we buy EDBL. It's a price of stay down. Edible. 154 coming up. Better get on the train. 154. It's a stop. Let's see here. And I still think you get to 154. I think you got 10 cents to go out of this thing. 148, I'd start taking profit. You know. It doesn't have any volume. It needs volume. I feel like, oh, it just keeps getting lower and lower. I wonder why. I wonder why. No, I'm just playing. All right. What do we have here? Let's get back on track. So, let's see if we pull this thing back and try to hold that 9 EMA. I'm not giving up, guys. I'm not giving up on the day. I'm not giving up. So look at that. We just made yesterday's support. We just turned yesterday's support into resistance. All right. Oh, that's a nice trade, guys. That's a nice trade right there. I may look to see if I can. Oh, man, it's tough. This thing's already ran. I can't. It's hard for me to get short. We've already fallen so much. I'm going to leave it up to you guys. Me, close to 10 years. About 8 years. Yeah, but it's about 8 years. How about yourself? It's hard. Like, gosh, I want to take that short so bad, but I can't. We're down 1.8%, or almost 0.8%. How much more are you going to get out of that? I mean, we've only dropped $1, $1 or $3, 46 to 443, $3.50. You've done the overall ATR for the SPY on an average of like 2 months a month, and you've done the ATR on low volume, right? That the average range is about $1.50, $2 on the SPY. We've done $3, so say $1.50. You've done double the ATR, the average true range. Like yesterday, you ran. What's this? 444.52. You finished the day way up there at 448, $4. So we're starting to get more volatility, right? Those slow moving $1.50 days might be up. Where's the VIX? See where the VIX is at. Of course the VIX is rising. I knew it would be. I mean, anything's okay, man, right? You got permission from your parents. Your parents signed you, over and stuff. It is okay that a 14-year-old have the market experience of 3 years. Absolutely. It's good if you have 2 months. As long as you're in the markets, me personally, and you're doing the right things that you should be doing, then I think time in the market is better than no time in the market. There's so many people that aren't in the markets, that don't even just buy stocks and hold them, that don't buy good, solid companies and hold them. There's so many there's so much that so many more people could also, could be had if they would just, whether it's they don't know about it, know how to do it, don't want to do it, but the fact that you're in the markets, as long as you're doing it the right way and your parents obviously let you hang out in the markets, then who am I to say? Who am I? That's how I feel, That's why you guys should elect me for president, right? Because who are they to give you this and take away that? It's a shame. It's crazy some of the stuff that goes on, but we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. But good for you. You know, you want to remember, if you are 14 and your parents did help you get through that, also, I don't even know what country you're in. Maybe the laws are different, but remember who's on the other side of that desk and on the other side of that trade, right? Really think about that. You want to trade, you want to trade with the professionals. Well, you're trading up against people that, you're trading up against the trader at Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citi, all the big, all the fund managers that are the institutional hedge funds that are out there, some really smart people, right? So just remember that. Manage your risk. Don't overdo yourself. Manage your risk. So I feel pretty bad, man. This just sucks, man, because I would love to be able to take advantage of today. I should have just taken this short in front of the 50-day, gave it a little bit of room. That would have been a really nice trade. I came into the day on the 4-hour chart thinking 365. It was like 364 because that's why I put that line there, right? That's why I put that line there this morning. That line was never there. This line was never there. Oh, it was this one. This is the one I put in. That was the line I put in. Let's see here. So we are up here on the Qs. Okay. I wonder if we start to see a bounce. So we came up. So yesterday we filled that gap. I am going to look to get short and see if we can get this thing back down to 365, guys. I'm not going to recommend this. Don't trade this. I am going to look for Qs. I'm going to look to get short on the Qs and see if we can bring this back down to 365. I think we've gotten our bounce back. That's what I'm going to do. The volume's fallen out of bed, though. You had an increase in volume to the buy side. Here is your range. We cracked that area, which it's probably going to right now. God damn it. And that was, what did I say, 365? See, if I try to give it to VWAP, it may not even get to VWAP. I tried to do that here. Right? I tried to do that here, but VWAP was up here, mind you. Because you got to remember, when you're moving averages since 3 years, and I started with investment 1 year ago and somehow managed to increase 30 to 400. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Good for you. That's awesome. Tells me you're managing your risk and you're doing it the way it should be done. You're not doesn't seem like you're just using everything you have, leveraging yourself. So, but anyway, there's our break. There's our retest on the SPY, guys. I'm going to take this 365 put. 366s are pretty liquid. Do not trade this. You will lose money. I did not even get in yet. See if it tries to shake people out. I'm going to put on a 1-minute candle so I can see what's going on inside the trade. This could be a reverse head and shoulders. Quite possibly could be. Yep, there it goes. It held it as support. Okay. Sucked them in. Sucked them in long, only for it to break back down. It's still putting in lower highs. Still putting in lower highs, guys. Right? Still putting in lower highs. I know that that's hard to see. This 367 area is a huge area of resistance, right? That's a double top there. if this thing can break free, the volume just fell off, guys. That's why I mentioned that. The volume just fell off. Look at it. It's way down here. 74,000 versus, 200 to 180,000. That's double. All right? Half the volume just fell out of bed. There we go. There we go. And what was this? Yesterday's. So like I said, yesterday's low is turning into resistance. That double top at yesterday's resistance. Or yesterday's low. We'll put a line right there. This is just an area again. Just wanted to show you guys what's going on there. You guys see that? Look at that rejection. All right. If it breaks up above it and pulls back to it, I'll take the long. I have not done anything. I haven't even had a chance to do anything. I'm sorry to invest because my parents said it. So, and I live in a distant country of Nepal. Oh, cool. Historics, thanks for being here, man. Or girl, woman, girl. And I live in a distant country of Nepal and not have too much big market, and I managed to invest in the international market and do good now. That's so awesome. God bless you. God bless you, Historics. That's awesome. That's awesome. So if you don't know, we do lives here in the afternoons and at nights. Yesterday, so it is Tuesday here in the United States, and I had a lot of stuff I was doing this weekend. I put out a video this weekend talking about spreads or credit spreads and interest rates and how that's going to tie into the markets. And watching the dollar. These currency moves. You had the Argentina president election where they raised their interest rates. The dollar got lowered. Don't know how that makes any sense, but I guess it does make sense actually. With everything that's going on right now, right? I was putting out a video to just say, let's watch this, watch that, and I had a busy weekend working on, doing a lot of stuff around the house, going to, I went out with a little bit with my family, the little bit of time that I had, did that video, and it came in to yesterday, and it's been a lot, and I wasn't able to really fully prepare myself, and get myself in the right state of mind, getting the sleep that you need. And there's the break, guys. What do we have here? This is a really nice head and shoulder pattern right there. That's not too bad of a head and shoulders. You have a neckline. You have a neckline. It's not that good. It's not. I take that back. All right, change of plans. That's a nice reverse. That's a nice reversement there. So we've taken up VWAP. Now the plan is going to be: do we hold on the Qs? Do we hold that level now? Do we turn this 367.80 into support? Like I said, you see, remember how I said you have the RSI and the MACD rising while the stock's making new lows? There is a rise in bankruptcies actually coming too, like you said. There's going to be a liquidity problem. I think it absolutely will affect the Treasury bonds because they're going to bring down rates to spur lending, right? They're going to want to spur lending because if there's a liquidity problem and the banks are not lending because we had such an inverted yield curve, right? So if the bank lends on short-term rates or borrows on short-term rates and lends on long-term rates, they're not making hardly any money there. And technically, in that environment, the banks should actually be making more money because they should be able to get, a 2-year bond, we'll say at like 2.5%, 3%, and lend it out on a bond that they could lend it out on a rate that is like 6-7%. that's 100% margin there, right? If they're borrowing their money at 2% and they're lending it at 6 or 3 or 4%, if they get it at 2 and they lend it out at 5, 6, depending on the credit. But if someone has great credit, no credit issues or whatever, that's 100% margin. They get it for 2%. They lend it out on 4, 4.5, maybe even close to 5, right? I mean, that's 100% margin right there. And then from what it was till now, that's also an increase in 100%. Because if you think interest rates were, at least here in the United States, were, and a lot of places everywhere else, and a lot of places, and I don't know if where you are in Nepal, if interest rates went down to negative, but a lot of places were negative, right? A lot of places were negative. So at 0.25, it's dirt cheap, but the end of that curve was also pretty low. And as they started to raise that, as the 2 years started to get raised, and that yield curve inversion started happening, you know, how is the bank supposed to lend higher than what they're borrowing it for? You know, it's hard for me to go and borrow at 5% and then give it to someone else for a 3%, or, you know, I give it to them for 3 and then maybe upcharge them to 2.5%, and I'm collecting 0.5% there, right? 0.5% more than what I got it for. That's not, you know, that's not how, it's not how banks really, you know, really make their money, right? So if they can keep these rates up, but uninvert this yield curve. But yeah, so anyway, if that stuff starts to happen, if you start getting more bankruptcies and stuff like that, you're obviously going to start having more layoffs, and it's just going to get worse and worse. You know, there's actually been a backstop, and this has taken a while. Let me show you guys something. Look at this. This is really cool because this explains a lot of it. But this is taking a little bit longer than normal for 2 reasons. Right? This is taking because the government has been spending so much money. This is why you keep hearing them talk about the deficit. Right? You keep hearing them talk about the deficit. So this is interest rate hike cycles. This is 2 years prior, during the cycle, and 2 years afterwards. I always bring this up because this is so important, because you see here when they start the interest rates, right? During the cycle, your GDP is actually climbing because you're still coming off the back end of that quantitative easing, right? They start to cut rates. 2 years afterwards, they've cut rates. Not necessarily cut, but they've stopped. And they started to cut. Look what happens 2 years afterwards, literally every time. You went from quantitative easing, which brought in GDP, raised the GDP, because access to money, the cost of capital was real cheap. People borrowed, they spent it. With them spending it, the other people, you know, you're exchanging your money for goods, or some sort, right? So you get that raise, and GDP continues to climb here during the cycles, right? During that rate hike cycle, we just had GDP increase, and people thought it was crazy, but it's not. You still have 2020, 2021, 2022. And everything else that happened from 2008, you know, all that money that was made, you still have all that, you know, kind of passing through us still, right? And then once they cut, so we could say next year into 2025, that's when we could see GDP really start to pull itself back. And then you have the Fed probably wanting to get ahead of it, so they start cutting once they start seeing things like unemployment start to tick up. They start seeing things like just signs of a wider contraction. Like it goes from like 0.2% month over month, and it goes to like, you know, a half, like 50%. Then it's just like increasing. The slowdown is increasing at an increasing rate, the rate of change. So this is a really good chart to look at and know that, like, you could expect higher GDP now, but it's, you know, there's that's showing you the time lag right there. But I do think because they're going to have to bring down treasuries, and when they bring down treasuries, that's going to increase the rate, the bond price itself, right? So if I go to TLT, I'm waiting for that, right? I'm waiting for them to cut rates, and if they do cut rates, they're going to cut the short end, But what does that mean for the long end? Does it also pull itself back? Right? So I'm gonna want to wait and see. But treasuries more importantly, and not corporate, because treasuries are directly pinned to a number from the government. So you can, that's why I'd much rather play treasuries, like you say. That to fall in bankruptcies of banks in the USA will affect treasury bonds. So um, I think so. And what also happened with that is that the Fed backstopped those those um, those banks having liquidity issues. It's more or less, it's like not even really bankruptcy. It's just they had liquidity issues because you have money market accounts that are paying 5%. Why would somebody leave their money in the bank when they could get 5% interest instead of, you know, 1.5% interest, right? The bank is there to make money, right? They don't care. They're not there to pay you. If you want to make money with the bank, you might as well own it or put your money in a money market account. It was just, it wasn't that they, you know, they had a bankruptcy issue. It was just they did go bankrupt, but they went bankrupt because they had no depositor money. And the thing with that is that Jay Powell back in 2018 told these banks to do that. That's the problem, right? That was the game plan all along. And then they just didn't know COVID was going to happen and then try to, you know, with the inflation problem. So it's actually a pretty messed up situation, right? Because they can say, oh, they should have done this, they should have done that. They were doing what they were told, right? They were doing what they were told by the Fed. That's, you had Fed members on the board of SVB, right? So, but listen, that's also a free market, right? That's also a free market where, you know, you some companies live and they die, and that brings in new opportunity and new companies, right? So I don't like the fact that they try to keep a handle on things like that, because they should just teach the people, hey, banks are only good if you're going to be here to lend, or if you want to borrow from them. You should. Why have a bank account if you're not going to use the bank what it's for? You shouldn't have your money in the bank. It does nothing for you. It doesn't even pay you any money. It doesn't pay you any interest. It really doesn't. So, especially, I mean, like right now, your money market accounts are going to pay you 4.85%. What's the bank going to give you? You know, you'll be lucky to get half of that. This is a key area right here. I want to see what happens. We've taken back that yesterday or Friday's. Again, we've held. Hold on. $445. Is that what we want to look for? Right here. This range. See, this is what I mean by this range. It's pretty tight. It's just like there's so many different little areas that I could say could become resistance or support. I think what's going to affect a lot, I think what's more so going to have an effect on things, or quite possibly could, is like this stuff that's going on with China, right? I think it's just signs to come that could be coming here. Again, this is all good. What's going to happen though is if we start getting to like where things are getting pretty bad, you're going to end up seeing the Fed cut rates. That's going to spur lending, right? And how fast do they cut it, and where do they cut it to? That's the other side of this equation, is like when things start to happen, you know, it's going to be easy to make money. It's going to be really easy to make money. You already know what you're going to do. Everybody that went through COVID know what's going to do, know what they're going to need to do. Give me 1 second. I'm watching for this pullback here, guys. I'm watching for this pullback into 440, 450. If we hold here, if we can hold this area and hold this 9 EMA, so far that's a rejection of VWAP, but if we can hold, I'm going to look for the long. I'm going to be open to the short as well, though. I'm not foolish. I'm not foolishly going long, because there's, we have already rejected up here. It's like, this is going to be a trade to just, I think the short's way to be. Let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens.
VinFast says talking to U.S. dealers and change to U.S. sales model.
Where's the Q's at? That was such a nice setup on the Q's this morning. I'm so upset I didn't take it. I just wasn't ready. It is what it is. Sometimes that stuff happens. That bounce back to the 50-day was so clean. It gave you nice movement to the downside, and you found somewhat support here. You found some support there. And at the end of, we still have not turned this 371.75 into resistance, right? This prior base, this prior double top. You have not rallied into it and found resistance up there. So I'm going to just keep an eye on here. Like I said, guys, if I do jump into something, I will let you guys know. Let me go hit this AC real quick because it's warm in here. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
ECTH price target raised to $18 at HC Wainwright, Delta Charlie Tango Hotel. ECTH.
I'm 50-50, guys. So I'm 50-50 on this move. Like, I want a short here, but look at that decrease in volume there. There goes the tape. The tape is speeding up. I think I'm going to. I think I'm going to take the, I think I'm going to take a short on the SPY. As soon as I get that done, I'll let you guys know. As soon as I get my entry and everything. It's going to leave me. The volume's so low too. Let me use the Q's.
volume coming in now to esports entertainment. Share spiking here 27 cents, up 35% now. That's Stealth Michael Bravo moving on.
This volume is still low. Just keep your eye on the volume. You should have an increase in volume there. Volume just fell off a cliff. I'm listening to Kashkari real quick. So my thought process right now is if we do not, which it looks like we're not holding this level, I want to plan a move into tomorrow. So there it goes. There's the rejection. Looks like we're going to make our way back down to the 50-day. 443.50. Why not? You know what? See, it's going to hold. This little... We didn't make any of this resistance, right? This area here, you never made it really resistance. You bounced back up, but it never went to it and turned those sellers or those buyers into sellers. So it's tough, man. It's tough. This volume is so low on this sell-off. I don't want to get sucked into a sell-off and then regret it because there's no volume. Volume is so important. If you really want to trust a move, you're going to see the volume in that direction. Right? The volume's dried up. Technically, this is a low volume pullback with the lower high. Let's see if we can stick this 444.18. I'm going to put my neck out there and say that's the level I would expect to bounce. 444.18. Where's she at? Okay, there was the increase in volume. I feel like it kind of came in on the back end of that candle though, with a little bit of buyers. Like what brokerage? This is I have a couple, right? I have Lightspeed, I have Interactive Brokers, and I have E-Trade. This is Thinkorswim. This chart that you guys are seeing is Thinkorswim. See that? I use this. Sorry. I use this for if I trade futures or currencies. I have this account set up to run futures and currencies and stuff. If I want to, I mean, I can do it in any of the other ones, but so if you guys don't know, Kashkari is talking right now. If you guys want to hear it, I can try and find it for you. Alright, so there's the pop. Now this pop is on low volume. I don't know. Look, just blasting through VWAP on low volume. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. That's wild. That's so crazy. He's saying now, Kashkari is saying that the risk is that banks could face more losses because the Fed could have to raise rates higher. Look at that. That's crazy. This is why it's hard. If you trade options, you need to know what you're doing and pick your spots right, because just like that, you had one candle fully reverse and watch it come back down. Right? All it did was just suck all that premium out that you made, and you didn't take profits because you wanted it to get here and you didn't take profits along the way. And it just ran up on you on low volume. This is why I say to know the ATR. Because you start getting to that second, third, even fourth standard deviation, the market's going to revert back to the mean and then figure out what it wants to do, whether it wants to continue to come back to the downside or what. So once you've made this $3.50 move already, I'm like, okay, you could at least pull it back a little bit. Matter of fact, I forgot to do this, so I'm sorry. Let's see what the I want to do this real quick. Let's do that. It actually went higher after hours. We have nothing there. It's below it. No, we do. We have prior support there. I wouldn't be surprised if we just regained VWAP. This is crazy. I feel like it's just because that red circle right here is your 50-day moving average on the daily, right? 50-day moving average. So it's hit it, it's bounced off of it. Does it try to come back and retest it? Right? Does it find resistance up here? 445.30, 445.28, and then we sell it back off. We'll find out. We'll have to just be patient. So again, I do apologize for not coming in today, having a bunch of having a list of stocks to choose from. I needed a minute. This is why I want to look for other people to help me build a community of traders here, and we can educate, help teach, and help change some people's lives, man. That would mean nothing more to me than to put a smile on someone else's face, that they found something that they can enjoy and actually get good at it and help change their lives and possibly change someone else's life. Just being able to put on a monster trade and having your reason behind it. This is why I got in. This is my stop loss. This is where I take profits. I was in the trade. Nothing changed. It was the buyers were still in control, right? Or the sellers were still in control. So I was short. And it never made new highs on that short. Or it never put in a lower low on that long. So I didn't stop out of the trade because I wasn't watching every little tick. That just would mean a lot, to me personally, just being able to, help someone else succeed, because you can. I know how it is, and a lot of these people want to charge you way too much money, and they don't even teach you, right? It's like I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I just know how they are. I've talked to people. I've seen it. I know people that have spent the money on it, and it's a shame. They put together half-assed videos, and all they cover is what's a put spread, right? To go long, or this is your VWAP, this is your 9 EMA. You literally just paid a lot of money for that, right? So, bigger picture, what do we notice? Right, what are we noticing? Look at the volume. Volume is decreasing where? Right? Decreasing on the uptrend. Right? There's your uptrend. And like I said, what do we have? You have volume decreasing. Decreasing volume. It's just getting flatter and flatter and flatter. It's only a matter of time before we either break out to the upside or we take this thing short. And we want to crack this 50-day. I want to look for a short up here. And like I told you guys, 445. Because this hourly range is clear as day. It's so clear on the hourly chart.
UAW auto workers
444.88.
strike in preparation.
So I'm gonna leave you guys with this for anyone that's still here. I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm gonna do. If we regain 444.90, 89, which is right here where we're at right now. If we regain this area, which it looks like we're going to, there we go. The pullback, I am telling you right now, I'm going to get long. I'm going to watch it for a second, and I'm going to get long to see if we can get another bounce back to, I don't know, 446.50, up to... So there is resistance here at 445.56 is where it's at. Let me see here. Let's see here. It's actually not that far away, unfortunately. I'm going to show you guys what I'm looking at. It's hard. It's just easier to show you Yeah, trading view is good. Trading view is real good. I have trading view actually where the camera is. I actually have trading view there too. I have two thoughts, right? On this hourly, because I'm looking at it on the hourly chart. One second. You have a small resistance area at 444. I'm sorry, you have a small resistance area at 445.39. Right? You have a small resistance area 444.39. Where is that? 445.39. It's right here. 445.39. Right? It's right there. So if I pull up this hourly chart, the Qs are already back up to that previous low, and they're just hanging out up here. So we had a decrease in volume on the way up. Let's look to see if we start to get it. We're coming into lunchtime. It's 11:30. So if I pull up the hourly chart for you, I'm going to show you what I'm looking at. This is crazy. This is so crazy. Let me remove that. 445.39, right? 445.39. See, it looks different here. That sucks. Because it shows here this candle going up to 445.39. It has the candle right there. Right? It has it right there. That's where the opening candle is. So I figured if it gets there, it at least will. Let me turn this let me turn the pre-market on, and then you'll be able to see it probably a little bit better. But on the chart that I'm using, yeah, see 445.39, 38. See it there, guys? Okay, so that's what we can do. So it's only giving you just a little bit of pre-market. It's not giving you out after hours. So if we look and you see how low the RSI is, this is why we can expect a bounce. This is why you want to use different time frames. We can expect this MACD to start curling up. We can expect this RSI to curl itself up. And whether it makes, a higher low here, that's fine if it makes a lower high, right? Say if the RSI gets up here by like 2 o'clock and then we sell it back off end of day. That's fine, right? That's fine. But you guys may not be able to see it because the Ivy League trading that's on that is actually blocking it. I'll have to fix that. So right here, 445, 38, 39. This double bottom right here. And you also have resistance right here at this line too, right? There's resistance. But if we break to the upside, I am going to look for this 447 area. Right? The top end of that range is 447.38. 447.30 roughly. 447.20 something. Yeah, it's like right here. Right? 1920. Let me see. Hold on. Yes, because that's support, resistance, 447.51. So look here, guys. Look at this. 447.51. 447.51 should be like right there. It looks so different on my phone than it does. Yeah, right there, 447.50s. Sorry, this chart here that you guys are seeing on my screen is different than the one I'm looking at to an extent. But the one I'm looking at on my phone shows it so clear. It shows that range so clear at 447.50, this area of resistance there. Because you don't have anything like, you don't have anything really there. It doesn't have after hours. That's what it doesn't have. So you don't see that, right? You don't see that. So I don't know. That's all. You just see this. You see this comes up, that come up, and it comes back down. So we'll see what happens here, guys. 447.50. Again, we just rejected that area, right? We rejected it. There's that rejection. So it's going to be hard to just want to take a position at lunch, but looks like we did not regain it, guys. We did not regain that level. That's it. I'm hopping on a short. This is a bit dangerous, so I would not do this because the volume is decreasing. And look at it jumping back up. It's just, you can't do anything, guys. You need momentum. So for now, I would think about just coming up with a game plan and not putting on any type of positions unless there's something that you see that gives you the okay to do so. Right? Don't just put a position on because you're bored or what, because there's 3 areas between the day. More breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Right? 9:30 to 11:30, 12ish. That's the morning session. Then the lunchtime session, 12 to 2. And then from 2 to 4 is your afternoon session. So that morning and afternoon sessions where you're really going to get your volatility. Looks like. So this market's just going to jump around. And I'm going to be here. Let me go do a couple things and I'll come back. I'm going to go brush my teeth, wash my face real quick. And then I will come back and go through some of the news and we'll run through a bunch of charts and see where it is we could get some opportunity for this afternoon. And if you guys have any stocks you guys want to go over, we can go over them as well. I was actually looking at AMD. Look at that AMD short would have worked out this morning. What did NVIDIA do? Did it pull back? It did. Did pull back. That's good. It's a double bottom. What's UNH doing? What's healthcare doing? It's UNG. UNG sold off. Alright, so there goes the SPY. There it goes. Let's see here. Alright, so gold is trying to catch a bid. It looks like the dollar will probably be going down. No, come on. DXY. Yeah, the dollar's popping. That's weird. It's in a downtrend. Yeah, she's in a downtrend. A downtrend into support. So if we see this dollar start to climb, you can expect these markets to sell back off just a little bit. So let me go wash my face, brush my teeth. I'm not going anywhere. If you guys need anything, just throw it in the chat and ask me any questions you guys need. I'll try to leave you guys with Kashkari and them if you guys want to listen to that.
adjective, all in the right order, but it was making up answers. So how revolutionary is that? I take everything I hear from Silicon Valley with about 100 pounds of salt. 5 years ago, the best experts in Silicon Valley told us that self-driving cars were right around the corner. Driving cars. I'm not saying we're never going to get there. I believe we will get there. But these things tend to take a lot longer than the enthusiasts in Silicon Valley tell us. So I'm excited about it. I don't think it's going to lead to rapid elimination of jobs. My best guess is individual jobs will figure out that, hey, this can help me do things faster. That's great. Like I've heard anecdotes that some software developers, they can go and the AI can give them a first draft of their code. Super. Get a first draft of the code and then work with that, and maybe you'll become a much more productive software developer. I hope so. So I'm excited about it, but I think it's going to take a while.
So one more question going right back to inflation, and then maybe we'll see if there's, in our last few minutes, if anybody in the audience has any questions for you. Like what does the Fed need to see? What indicators do you need to see specifically to stop, raising rates? And then adding on to part B of that question would be, what do you expect and when do you expect to see rates start to decline?
So we have a 2% inflation target, and the most recent data is that there are a bunch of different measures of inflation. The one that we focus on the most is called the PCE, Personal Consumption Expenditures, and the headline is around 3%, but the headline moves around a lot because of energy prices, oil and gas. The core is around 4.1% is the most recent data that came out. We need to get that back down to 2%. Now, the good news is the last couple of inflation readings have been positive. They're suggesting to us that inflation is in fact coming down towards our 2% target. I want to see convincing evidence that inflation is well on its way back down to 2%, and then we can allow it some time to run. We don't need to get it there tomorrow. We can allow it to gradually get there over time. What we have to avoid is what happened in the 1970s, is that inflation took off, they raised rates, they thought they had beat it, it started to come down, and then it flared back up again even higher. And then they had to chase it higher, and then they went through that a few times, and then ultimately it led to a very, very deep recession to get inflation back down to its target. So we want to avoid that really bad outcome. So we're seeing some positive signs. Are we done raising rates? I'm not ready to say that we're done, but I'm seeing positive signs that say, hey, we may be on our way. We can take a little bit more time to get some more data in before we decide whether we need to do more. In terms of cutting rates, I think we're a long way away from cutting rates because core inflation is still around 4%. It's still around twice of what our target is, and we need to be confident that it's all the way going back down to 2%. There is going to be a dynamic soon, next year, sometime when, when inflation, let me back up. We think it is not what is called nominal rates that directly affect the economy, but real rates. Interest rates net of inflation. So if inflation falls and the nominal rate stays the same, the real rate goes up. So if we leave our nominal rate where it is and inflation falls, that in a sense means we're still tightening policy because real rates are still climbing. There will come a point in time, we're not there yet.
You guys hear
There
that?
will come a point in time where
That's
one
math.
can reasonably
That's some of the
argue,
math
hey,
that they
maybe we ought
use.
to back off the nominal rate just to keep monetary policy at a stable point, not keep tightening. Could that happen sometime next year? It's certainly possible, or the year after that. But we need to see how the data comes in.
How do you, I guess I got another question.
Notice
how
he
what's
said,
your view
or the
on,
year after that. That
where
GDP
the
stuff I
country
just showed you
is
guys.
at as it relates
All right.
to being in a recession, depending, you get all sorts of different data points, right? Depending upon who you talk to. Do you believe that we're going to see a recession, in the back half of this year, early next year? How do you see where the economy is for the country?
The economy right now, by almost all the data, suggests that it's still quite strong. The unemployment rate's around 3.5%, which is near a 50-year low. Wages are still growing. They're slower than it was a year ago. So the labor market is not as absolutely red hot as it was a year ago, but it's still quite tight. it's still not like there's a bunch of labor available. Companies are still having to work to keep their workers and to find new workers. And the economy keeps exceeding expectations in terms of GDP growth, in terms of consumption. You know, I don't know how many of you got on an airplane to come here. My guess is it was probably full. Every time I get on an airplane, it's full. Restaurants continue to be packed. Taylor Swift is having no challenges selling out her concerts. So by these measures, it seems like the fundamentals of the economy are still very strong. So I don't see any evidence that says we have a recession around the corner. Now, the big question mark is, or the asterisk that I would put next to that, is that monetary policy can often hit the economy with a lag. So we've raised rates by 5.5%. Mortgage rates moved up right away. But some of the other effects can take 6 months, 9 months, a year or more to work their way into the economy. So might there be more slowdown still in the pipeline, so to speak? It's certainly possible, and it's a hard thing to know with any certainty.
Awesome. We probably have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Does anybody have a question they'd like to ask?
We have a microphone here. There's a hand up over there.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. There's been reports coming out about deflation in China. I wanted to see, do you have any concerns about that, and what impacts do you foresee for the global economy and the U.S. economy? Thank you.
Yeah, we're watching China carefully. I've seen the same reports. It seems like China's economy has slowed down quite a bit. And China's a big economy. So if one of the major economies in the world slows down a lot, that will have an effect on global economic growth. I'm not seeing evidence yet of any kind of financial crisis that's going to spill over to the United States. You know, I don't want to prejudge these things. I would say in the last, since I've been at the Fed almost 8 years now, there have been a few different instances where China's economy seemed to slow down a lot. The real estate sector seemed to be under a lot of pressure, and they managed to navigate through it surprisingly well. So, you know, we'll see. It's something we're watching carefully, but as yet it seems like it's macroeconomically significant, but as yet it does not seem like it's big enough to bring down the global economy or the U.S. economy by itself.
Hi, this is related to workforce development, and I've had the opportunity to participate with you previously in northern Minnesota on a forum related to this topic, and your involvement was very helpful. But you're all over the country dealing with all these forums and discussions with communities and companies on workforce development, so you see some of the most impactful initiatives that are out there. So it would be great just to hear your thoughts on workforce development from the point of view of what companies should be doing now, and even from the point of view that you've seen what's working the best out there, and we'd love your advice on that.
Well, I'd say a couple of things. One is outside of your control, other than the extent that you could participate in the political process. You know, we need more workers in America. And if you look at all advanced economies are aging. And so if you look at forecasts of our budget deficits over time, our entitlement programs, Social Security and Medicare, are going to go into the red because they're basically funded by current workers paying for current retirees. And as that ratio goes down, then those programs become more fiscally challenged and lead to big budget deficits. So for a bunch of reasons, both for the fiscal outlook for America, but also to meet the needs of companies, large and small, and farmers, we need more workers. And the only way you can really address that is through immigration. So by the way, I say this to Republicans and Democrats, every elected leader I talk to understands this. The challenges in the politics, the math is actually very clear, in my experience, to leaders on both sides of the aisle. So that's a macro point that I would make. In terms of workforce development, I mean, I think investing in leadership development, we hear about it a lot of our own workforce. They want to feel like they're being invested in. You know, we do hire from outside the Minneapolis Fed. We also lose people to other great opportunities outside of the Minneapolis Fed. You know, we're sad to lose them, but we're also excited that they have the skills to be able to contribute to other businesses and are viewed as very capable contributors. So I think, you know, businesses that invest in their people, that treat their people well, that challenge their people, can grow their people, I think in the end you're going to be more successful in this competition for limited talent. So the immigration point and the education point is about increasing the talent pool available, and then it's what do you do as an individual business to go effectively compete for the talent that's available.
Seems like from a workforce development perspective, it's so fragmented that from a business perspective, it's hard to get behind, any single initiative. You have the United Way coming to you, and would you give us $10,000? And you have this next, philanthropic organization coming. Can you give me 10,000? If we could figure out a way to bring these organizations together, that we could have a bigger impact on workforce development, not excluding, like, I agree with your comment about immigration. I mean, that's just like one of the most important things for our country to solve. But
one follow-up to what you just said, I have seen examples where local businesses, mid-size, large, partner with local colleges, community colleges, to design programs to meet a very specific need that they have. And by the way, it's not simply that the college needs to do a better job training people. It's also businesses saying, hey, you know what? I don't actually need a 4-year degree for this job. Maybe I only need a 2-year degree. Or in some cases, businesses have said, you know what? For this class of jobs, I actually don't need to do the drug test. Or I don't need to do the criminal background check. It turns out a tight labor market led businesses to reflect on a bunch of their prior assumptions that didn't always hold true. Of course, if you have a truck driver, you want to make sure the truck driver has a clean driving record, has been drug-free, et cetera. But for certain categories of jobs, businesses have been able to relax these standards in partnership with investing in local sources of talent, and that's been quite effective.
So, and I know we're going to open this up, and I want to be respectful to your time. So, regarding cannabis, and how do you see cannabis and legalization of marijuana affecting business? We went in and recently changed our drug testing policy, removed THC from the panel, and actually have gotten some. We also eliminated pre-employment screening and some things like that. We've actually gotten some negative blowback from our teammates about that because, basically as an industry, we fought for 25 years to get drug testing, and then with the legalization of marijuana, have really had to reboot that. And I see from my chair, not obviously as educated as you, I see the economic advantages of legalization of marijuana. I also see some significant social related issues that concern me, and I am very concerned about workplace safety. So do you have a view on that, and then we can conclude?
Yeah, I'm actually interested in your thoughts on this because it's complicated just for the reasons that you said, and I think we're all going to have to learn as we go and look to other states. Minnesota's just now legalized it. Look to other states that have done it a few years ago. What has been their experience? How have businesses dealt with it? What challenges has it introduced that they hadn't expected? So I don't have any clear answers for this. I think it's a complicated topic. And like the pandemic, we're going to have to learn from each other. One thing I will say is cannabis is still illegal federally. So from the Minneapolis Fed's perspective, when we supervise banks, banks are not allowed to bank cannabis because they would be banking federally illegal activity. So it creates challenges for the industries that are involved in it because there's a difference between what states are saying and what the federal government is saying. And at the Fed, we have to follow the state law in driving how we supervise banks. So anyway, that's just one more layer of complexity that we all need to figure out.
So with that, I'm going to wrap things up. And Neil, awesome. And thank you for taking the time to join us today. I so much appreciate your perspective, and couldn't be more grateful to have you here. So thank you. So
thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Really
There's a nice rejection there, guys. So that could be our lower high right there. That bounced back up to 445.31. Starting to get that increase in volume here. We're going to want to watch this area, guys. We are going to want to watch this area. I think that might be it for the stream today. You know what? I'm going to go through. We'll run through some of these areas where we think we'll see what we got going on. We'll go through some charts. We'll go through some small caps and whatnot. If you guys have anything, throw it down, comment below. We can get ready for the afternoon, stuff like that. All right, let's do it. Watch for the bounce. Watch for the bounce on the Qs too. All right. See if we get a bounce here. I can't call it. What's funny is, like, I told myself this morning, I'm like, I don't know what this market wants to do. I literally have no idea. Usually I'll have a sense, right? I can paint the picture. I can, kind of look at, use every tool that I have to my disposal and figure out, like, by just using everything to kind of see where we go. Yep, there's that bounce with the Qs. It's a really clear, that was a really clear area there at 367.50. So this sucks because the market's not being any fun right now. There was opportunity this morning, but it's no longer here. Looks like it's trying.
UP resuming again, now at $1.49 for Papa.
Oh, to the downside. It's like, what's the data? What's the data point to send us lower? You know? I wonder what the market's waiting for. So if we go through the whatchamacallit, I wonder if it's just gonna sit in this range until Fed Day, or something gives. Resistance, support. There you go. Look at that. Nice curl up. We bounce it back. That's nice. Boom, boom. Let's get into a. What's that song?
EPBL, edible garden.
Something's clear.
59 at the high. That took Delta probably about 23% after becoming
Oh no.
earlier announced
The Qs don't. ES doesn't look like that. Right? The Qs look really good. That looks like something I'd like to have. I have a stop loss. I have a long. Right? I gotta stop eating these. I have prior resistance that's now turned into support. Now I want to see if I can put in lower highs. Where am I stopping out if I'm wrong? Obviously this area down here. But I don't know if we're going to get that rally. We pulled back. We broke. We retested. This thing is just whipsawing back and forth. Literally. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. But it sucks because the scalps aren't even paying right now. You're absolutely right. Oh yeah, listen, I didn't go nowhere. I was here the whole time. I was snoozing in my seat. I'm telling you, I was tired and I feel like $1,000,000. I swear to God. I was so run down from this weekend that I feel like I could just go the rest of the week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I don't need any sleep. Literally, that half hour, 45 minutes of sleeping. So if you usually don't see me, I'm here. I'm just like right here. Like I'm just to the side. I'm just leaning back in my seat. I was going to cut this stream and go move everything to the other room and get that all set up. But we'll see what happens here. But you're right. You're absolutely right. It's one of those things where, you know, you're going to want to look to be a seller up here at VWAP. buying back down here at this channel. You know, obviously the channel gives. The tough part about that is you don't really know where exactly to give it. Right? You see how it wicks underneath here? And you have these wicks, it's like, how far do you give it, you know? We're still putting in lower highs. Let me see something. Let me get to work. Let me see something. See what I can do here. What I was trying to do is this level right here, this is about as clear as it comes. About as clear as it comes. Resistance, resistance, support, 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 right? And then now we're just chopping. But we want to use different time frames. We want to look at different time frames, and or give it just a minute and it'll paint it for us. Like here we can see the resistance that's coming in from previous support. Resistance right here. Right? Starting to become resistance. So it's just, you know, it's just tough because feels like it's one of those days. Yesterday and today was a low volume day. That was a nice short on the Qs, right? Let me look at the SPY. And we'll look at different time frames and try and, I mean, that's pretty much our range, guys. Even on the hourly chart, it hasn't closed anywhere below it. We're sitting on our 50-day on the daily. And you know what it's doing? I feel like it's going to start right now, right? I don't know what hour this is, but if you guys can hear me, I want to see if we start to sell this thing off. right? If we come up and we reject this VWAP, I want to come up and see us reject VWAP in that area. I want to see if we can start trying to come back down to test this 50-day and possibly break it. So if you want, keep an eye on the Qs. See what they're doing. The Qs look better for a setup that, you know, they were looking like they wanted to hang out and hold this area here. Yeah, right there. You know, they're just holding on to this area. ARC is trying to bounce. Come on. Come on. IWM is just starting another bear market. I told you guys that. Like, watch. As soon as that thing starts to rally, when it starts doing good and it reverses, there's no coming back. And we can see that that is the case. Just like up here, right? On the daily chart. You spent a year and a half, right? You spent a year and a half just trading sideways. The minute it tried to rally is when the bear market started. It's broke through its 50-day. So the IWM is not back down there. Shit. I don't know, guys. This is the first time in a while that I'm just like kind of just stumped, and I'm not afraid to say it. You know, usually I have an opinion, but right now, my opinion would be that, you know, we're in a seasonality weak month, and we look for the range. You know, until that range changes. We did find clear support there, but I want to know if we... It's just tough, man. This sucks. This sucks because usually, I'm telling you, like, I would usually know where I want to be short. Like, I can sit there and scalp the SPY all day, but I'm not sure what she wants to do. We came up. I didn't see where we came up. You got to look at, if you want to, use prior day's close and stuff like that, or prior day's open. See what we do when we get up here. If you break through that opening price, work your way back up and see where it wants to take itself. Looks like you have a little bit of support, like an area here at 445, 47, 446, where you could say, hey, you know, now you're testing Friday's close or Friday's open. Right, Friday's open and Thursday and Wednesday's close. I don't know why, man. The sellers were there. They've backed off. Right, and it's something to notice. The sellers backed off and the volume is just not there. There it is. 444.69 is a nice area of resistance. See it trying to play with trying to like retest it. You have this here, that's support, opening price of yesterday. So if we go to the price from yesterday,
SPGC resuming and halted.
opening price, so we're almost there. It's right there. Actually, VWAP is right at opening price from yesterday. So this will be a nice telling sign what it is that we're going to do today. Amazon sold off pretty hard today, guys. There's got to be some type of news with Amazon. An upgrade. There's got to be something with it. I'm not sure. I know that there was a lot of selling in it. Maybe it had to be with the 13F filings that came out yesterday. You'll have to look them up and kind of see what fund managers are doing. They'll give you insight to the next 6 months to the year where they're positioned. Yeah, there's not much going on here, guys. I may just end this stream and possibly come back on in, another hour or so. Why is it like that? Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do, guys. So thank you guys for liking and subscribing. I think I'm going to stop the stream, and then I'm going to go move everything to the other room and get the new stream all set up and get some things done. So thank you guys so much for being here with us. You guys have a great rest of your day. If you have not done so, hit the like. Hit subscribe. I'm coming back. I'm coming back this week. Bet. Alright. I got my sleep. I'm good to go. I was a little, wore out. A little scary there because I thought I didn't know if I was getting sick or what. It was a little weird feeling when you're just so dead tired that you're like, what the hell is going on with me? But I think I just needed sleep. Alright, guys. You guys have a good rest of your day. If anything happens, or if I do anything, I'll post it in this comment if I do not come back on the live, right? Keep your eye on the RSIs. Keep your eyes on the volume. And watch this level at, if you close on an hourly chart below it, if you close on an hourly chart below 443, like 95, okay, you start closing the candles below it. 443.95 should be around here. 443. Oh, I'm on the Qs. All right. 443. 95. 443.95. This is the area I'm watching right here. Right there is the area I am watching. I want to start to see if we start to flush and break this 50-day and sell off to the end of the day. So if I did this, right? Let's do this. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to probably take a trade probably now. We're going to see how it does. So if I measure, not necessarily measure it, but I put that in, right? And then, why is this like that? White. Save as default. Okay. Alright. And then what if we put that there? Right? What if that is the start of the move that takes us to the close? Right? That's a move to move. Right? Let's see. That actually will take... Look at that. It takes us right to 441, guys. Do you see what the hell I'm doing here? Oh, shit. Watch out. I'm just going to go get some right now. Fuck it. I'm getting some. I'm getting some right now. See, this is why you got to measure moves. A lot of people don't teach people that, but it's important. Where are we going to? And 441.50. Holy shit. Yep. Let's do it. This is what you're going to learn here. You see, when I get my sleep, this is what happens. I'm letting you guys know. I just, right now, grabbed some puts for tomorrow. I grabbed the 440s for tomorrow. Manage your risk. It does not mean that I'm going to get paid. It means, matter of fact, I'm more likely to lose money since I'm buying options. But I want a piece. I want a position on. I want a position on. How many did I buy? I think I just bought it twice. All good. I meant like twice as in two separate different orders. What's the high and low on those? I didn't do none of that work, but it's all good. I don't care. I want in. It's my money and I want it now. Right? Something like that. It's my money and I want it now. You may not know that commercial because it's a commercial here in the United States. But I grabbed tomorrow's. So the high is 62, the low is 19 on these. So we're buying these about halfway through. On the open, they were 24 cents. So, okay. Gotcha. All right. So I am going to, I know this is support. I know it is, but sometimes I might have to just stick to my guns here and say, hey, we're rejecting VWAP here. Maybe we look for a, another move into the close. This is what I'm trying to get across here is I want to see if we get another move lower across or into the close. But I feel good. I finally got some. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He said, bro, what 1 minute nap equals $10? It's funny. So let's see if we get that, right? That's a target move. That's a move to move. Look at that. Doesn't get any better. This initial downside move from this morning literally equals, and it puts us right where? This 441.49. If you look on a daily chart, this is the area we're looking for, I think. No. But yeah, it could be, I guess. Gives you to that next area of support. So if you look at this in two different directions, like in two different stages, if you do this, I try to help teach people do this too. Like, look at this. So you can look at this in two different stages, right? You have this stage or this area, this channel. The channel that is from here to there, right? That's a whole channel. Here's another channel from here. If we ever get there, there's like no price action in it. It would be from here, to there. That's another channel. That's what I'm hoping for, that we break back down into that. And then we have this channel right here, right? This channel is resistance and support. That channel right there, right? 1, 2, 3. You could consider this whole area channel, but it's just we've been going up, so there's no consolidation and no pricing and whatnot. It's missing so much price action, it's not even funny. When you start consolidating like we are, you're getting buyers and sellers there, and you're creating a market, like a good market there. You don't have much of a market in these areas. You got to remember, once we got past the 400s, like we just ripped and never looked back in 2020, and then you just pulled all the way back. We played with 420, 410, stuff like that, but for the most part, it was hello 420, hello 410, and we just hung out in the high 380s. So it's important that we, what's today, the 15th? Okay. So I want to see if we can break this. Come on, we can do it. We can break this and go to extend into the close. We can extend lower into the close. All right, I'm going to give this thing a little bit of room to let it do what it needs to do. All right, I'm going to let this thing do what it needs to do. Oh, yeah. Let's go, guys. Come on. It's okay. It may not be ready. May not be ready. What you can do is watch the cues. Right? Watch the cues. Alright. There's 8% already. That's cool. It's a good deal. Let's go. Yeah, that's also just one. That's just one way. If we can ever break this 50 day, then I know if we break that 50 day, I'm going to look for it. That'll be the bottom of the channel, and I'll look for it to put in a range. You know what I'm saying? That I'll look for it to drop in there, find buyers. This would give us
Near the lows now, $1.28.
some good selling pressure to get down into there. Like Microsoft did it. I'll have to show you tonight. I'll show you guys. I'll show you the. I'll show you like what we did with Microsoft. Microsoft was a really good example.
Uniform pop now $1.30, down about 8%.
That's what I mean. I'm trying to get it down in there because this 50 day is sitting right in between that lower part of the lower. There's another channel down there, but we also have not like we haven't had like buying and selling in those areas because of COVID. We just ran, and then we never like really, had buyers and sellers exchange hands in those areas either. Like all the way up here at 455, 450, we haven't had too much price action up here. Here we go. Let's make this resistance. There's the increase in selling. Even your RSI is still low, so it may take some time. I might wait a little bit. Even if this thing pops back up, I'm going to hold it for a minute. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Bang. Let's get it. 20 let's go. I got to take some off of there, guys. I got to take some off. Shit. Wasn't quick enough. Shit. Let's go. All right, so I got a piece off, guys. Damn right. That's a nice extension, man. So we took that off right there, guys. So I still have a little bit. I'm still looking for that breakthrough, guys. So we nailed that candle right there. At least I did. I definitely got a great part of that. You guys saw that. And then you see the bounce back. We literally bottom ticked that. I'll put this here just so I remember where we exited it. All right, that I exited that position. Where... orders. So close to open. 134. I still think we're going lower, but we could get this cheaper, guys, up here. So I could do this a few different ways. This RSI is low. Let's get this RSI back up a little bit. And we'll look to take this thing. I'm going to look to take this thing short again if it gives me the chance. So that was just under 20% on that move. It's like 18-19% for me. Yeah, it was. It was. And there we go. There's the extension. Like I said, let's get this thing down into the 50-day. I was sitting here talking. I'm sorry, the mic wasn't on. So we are down 0.92%. We're down pretty much a percent because you had the gap down and then the pullback, the gap and crap. But so that's going to take a lot. You're talking about like a 2% day if you get all the way back down there, right? That's a pretty big day. That's a big downside type of day. So you're going to find support here. Maybe we bounce back to I'm going to say 444.25. See if it pulls back. Yep, the volume's coming in. 444.25. Look at the volume, guys. All right, look at that volume. And what it's going to do, it's going to get this RSI, which is down here. We'll bring it up right here. We'll bring this thing up to like here. And then you want to take the short when it gets up here. You don't want to just take the short just to take it. Yeah. Well, why don't you, yeah, man, why don't you just go get some sleep, bro, and you know what I mean? There is nothing going on here anyway. It's lunchtime. We're trading sideways. Appreciate you joining us, Historics. Definitely, you want to do good in school so you can go get a good, you want to get like a, you want to be able to get into a really good school, right? And then be able to work for JP Morgan and, one of these big companies, or, because you'd be able to put yourself in a really good position. Pretty every day, buddy. Every day. Every day. And there it goes. On light volume too, so watch out. It may bounce back. I wouldn't get trapped into this. So right now you're getting a second chance. If you did take that short, we pretty much got in here. And then, that's a 20% trade. All right, think about what this whole thing is. This whole thing right there is a 40-50% trade. So there's your second take, it's giving you your second opportunity is what that is. But yeah, man, we stream live right here every day. 7:30 to 4. So we're always here, buddy. I appreciate you, Historics. That's awesome, man. You have a great night. I'll post a live, so whenever you get up in the morning, we'll have a live stream. I'm going to cover some charts and stocks that you can check out when you wake up in the morning or tomorrow at lunchtime or whatever. I'll see you, buddy. Have a great day. think this is going to be a failed bear flag. I think we're going to pop back up and regain this to come back up. There we go. What'd I say? Told you. Told you. Bang. There it is, folks. So. Right. I don't know what's, so it's 153. There's a lot of reasons where I had that determining factor that we were going to break up above that level, pull back, and that, and you know, rally up. It's a few different reasons why. It's just, you know, it's just, I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I've been in the markets for a while, and you know, when you get those, it's just, I can't explain it. I don't know. You know. You know, and being able to time it is the other thing. You know, sensing when it's getting ready to just, you know, break up out of it, whether it's a, you know, a fake out, you know, it's just faking people out, whatever. But that was one of them right there. I had a feeling it was going to break up and out of there. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna cut it here. I'm gonna go through and give us some levels for later on. I don't think there's anybody here, so you guys have a great rest of your day. If you haven't done so, like, share, subscribe. Thank you guys for joining us today. Tomorrow and the rest of this week, get ready because it's going to be a fun week. I'm sorry about not feeling too well and stuff, but thank you guys for joining us. You guys have a great rest of your day.